Alright. Alright. Here we go. I always hate how loud this particular one is. I think I need to just flat out take it out or something. I don't know. Here, let me just switch to a different one that's not quite as crazy. Okay. That ought to work a little bit better. Josh can't stay for too long. Might be back later, though. No worries. Hey, sometimes you can't be here. Tis what tis. Okay. Alrighty, I guess it is time to do this. Hey, hello, how are you doing? Oh man, if only I had a second camera, then I'd be, well, I mean, camera, you know, one train on my art, one train on me, because then I'd be like, I'm always like leaning forward and like, like getting really close to the paper, like, okay, I need to make sure to get this detail right and that detail right and all that good jazz. So, that is okay. That is perfectly fine. I am going to be doing some more art today. It's going to be a slight bit different. Because I think it was on Monday where I was doing some fan art. But this, I mean, I'll be doing a little bit more on some fan art later. I actually finished the outline, the official outline on sketchbook paper for my Godzilla fan art. And I pretty much finished the draft for my Cult of the Lamb fan art. So I'll probably do a little bit more with the Godzilla piece later, but for now, I actually want to train your eyes on this lovely piece of work. Ready for this? Bam! It's really not that lovely. I mean, it's starting to, like, you know, fray a lot at the edges. This is old. This is from, geez, I wish I had the exact date, but I really don't. But you know what? I think I know somewhere that probably does. I knew I was forgetting something. I knew I meant to look this up beforehand. Because this is actually one of my comic pages. I've been working on a comic for, oh my gosh, it's in a few months, it's gonna be 10 years. That's kind of insane. But I did put dates kind of for some of these. Maybe not. Not for this, at least. Interesting. Huh. Well, I'm almost certain that this particular page was probably drawn, I want to say at least 7 years ago. I don't know the exact dates, but at least 7 years ago for sure. Possibly like 8. I'm actually in the process of redrawing the entire first chapter of my comic, which is a lot of pages. I mean, just look at this. I've already gone through the process of redrawing my entire prologue, but I mean, I have all of these pages to basically redraw. Every single one of these. This is all chapter 1. All of it. So yeah, you gotta go, but you shall be back. No worries. So yeah, I'm literally going to be redrawing the entirety of this chapter because I hope to make it into some form of merchandise. And so this is going to be 72 pages, and this says 19, but that includes the prologue pages, which are already redone. That's 16 of them. So technically this is page 3 of chapter 1. So what I am going to be in the process of is basically redrawing the entire chapter. Now you may think that I may have a little bit of a basis for this, and I kind of do, but at the same time I know I need to change some panels around. I need to change the dialogue for sure. So yeah, so I've got an idea in my head of how I want to do this. So for comic pages, I always start on a piece of printer paper. This is going to be the draft. The final will be on like thick sketchbook paper, but I can't obviously do that yet. In terms of these comic pages, I do have specific dimensions that I follow. I actually have each of these pages at a 9mm geez, 9mm width from the edge of the paper to the outermost borders of any of the panels. You know, there are plenty of instances where some of these older pages, the panels make absolutely no sense, and there's so much white space. I want to eliminate as much of that as I possibly can, because there's no point for all the white space. I probably could have eliminated like 5 pages off of chapter 1 just by just by, like, not including all that white space in. But, of course, because I actually do need to add a little bit of content, and I do need to change around some of the panels and the dialogue, that means that I can make some of the panels a little bit bigger, which is actually nice for a few reasons. But, yeah. So this may not necessarily seem too terribly interesting, and I will try to make it as interesting as I possibly can. But, I mean, this is what I do. This is how I make every single one of my comic pages nowadays. So, you're just gonna have to deal with me being a little bit focused and, like, you know, working on something in the draft phase. It can take me a little bit. I mean, there's no secret about that. It can certainly take me a little bit of time. You know, it is what it is. And I notice I don't have any concurrent viewers, although that could just be, that could, I don't know, that may not actually be accurate. I don't necessarily know how many people would be watching this stream right about now, but it's okay. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to talk. My voice, I feel like my voice is kind of going on and off with all of the, let's see if I can actually do it this way instead. My voice has kind of been going on and off with all these crazy streams that I've been doing lately. Because, you know, I'm not really used to streaming this much. I could never be a streamer. I can't imagine non-stop talking for God knows how long. I mean, it just makes no sense. So, normally I would have reserved this special, like, you know, page redo for patrons. However, because of the fact that I've only technically redrawn two of the chapter 1 pages at least, I feel like it's okay if I show you guys. And I need to diversify some of my art content in terms of these live streams anyway, so multiple reasons for wanting to do it in this particular way. Right, one more edge, and then I should be good. For most of my normal comic pages nowadays, like, you know, chapter 3 especially onwards, I actually do 8mm from the edge of the page to the outermost borders. But I've been doing 9mm for these particular pages. So I'm going to put the number in the bottom corner. Beautiful. Okay, here's where I can actually probably turn this back this way because, again, I don't care too much if this particular paper gets bent or anything like that. Let's see. Let's see if I can get a general idea of where some of these lines can be. I don't know if you can necessarily see very well, but if you can, that is okay. So, I'm just going, and that's another thing that actually differentiates, a big thing that differentiates chapter 1 from a lot of the later pages, and especially a lot of later chapters. These lines are all just hand-drawn. I never use a ruler in a lot of the chapter 1 pages. Actually, I want to check the very last page of chapter 1. I want to see. Okay, I think I was using a ruler around this time. Yeah, I was definitely using a ruler. Okay. These still look hand-drawn. These look like they were rulered in, so wow. Most of the original of chapter 1 is most of the original of chapter 1 is the borders for the panels are not you know, they're not rulered. Yeah, look at it. Man. These are some messy panels. I mean, granted, I think you can generally still tell where the story is going, but they just seem to be a little bit too diverse. And then you compare it to some of my more recent pages, and the panels look so much clearer, and I feel like the storytelling is a little bit easier to see. But I mean, you look at some of that, like that just looks so much cleaner. All that panel work, it actually feels like it makes sense and all. Yeah, no, I feel like it just kind of makes more sense now. Huh. I may have accidentally shown page ahead of time. Whoopsie. Well, that's okay. Hardly anyone's gonna see this anyways, so it's quite alright. Anyways, back to the original page. Let's go. So, Yeah, here's a problem, is that there's white space here. I could easily put another panel right here, or I could even do like this panel. I could do, well, let's see. No, I think it makes more sense if I do these two panels next to each other, and then I do actually, maybe I could do something a little bit similar to this. There could be a little bit of white space on the left and right sides on the bottom panels, but it wouldn't be as prominent, I feel like. So, again, basic, that'll work. Nope. Yeah, I'm only going to be dividing this particular page into, I've often done like 3 or 4 rows of panels, but in this case, I'm probably just going to be doing 3, which is not a bad one. I can probably divide them as such. Okay. There, that'll be a little bit cleaner. Now that's just basic panel work now. Now I have to basically either recreate these panels or create new ones. I should probably look a little to the previous pages. Okay. I actually have... I'm actually going to pull out the very first redrawn page. So I'm going to give you a good idea of what this might look like. I don't mind like showing the new first page. Hi Chaos, how you doing? So yeah, that was the original first colored page of the comic. This is definitely from 8 to 8.5 years ago, I'm pretty sure. So that was then. This is what it looked like. But this is what I transformed it into. There is a clear difference for sure. It actually looks good. The changes are obvious. Like the panels, I mean, there's still a little bit of white space, but the panels look so much cleaner, and there's actually more effort that's put into it. So I mean, that's kind of what I'm going for. I am doing relatively well, actually. It's a Wednesday, so I'm halfway through my work week, hallelujah. Getting that much closer when my parents get home from Europe. Okay, let's see. Again, I have to match the shapes and the style as well as I can, while also simultaneously recreating these. That size is... oh my gosh, those proportions are awful. Oh man, I sometimes forget how awful some of my lines of proportions were for a lot of my old characters. Goodness gracious. Alright, let's see if I can do this. Actually, I've got an idea. Let's... okay. Not quite. For the initial draft, I just want to do basic stuff. I don't want to do anything too crazy necessarily. Because if I do, then it actually might turn out a little bit worse than intended. Which, you know, does happen sometimes. Nope, ears facing kind of the other way. I'm trying to look at the previous image of the deer and trying to turn it around in my head a little bit. can be a little tricky, especially with the, doesn't look quite right. It's not necessarily the angle I'd like to have. Well, I suppose... Actually, no, I think I can work that. I've some amazing talent doing this. You've only seen a very small amount of what I've done, and it's very impressive. Oh, well, thank you! I do very much appreciate it when people do get a chance to, or what, not get a chance, what? When people do compliment my work, because it is a very big part of my life. I mean, honestly, if I had no choice but to drop either YouTube, art, or writing, I'd drop YouTube, because I couldn't drop the other two, hands down. Yeah, that would probably be upsetting too, and or surprise a lot of people, but my art means a lot. So. I've especially worked very hard on my art. I'm mostly self-taught. I have learned kind of bits and pieces from other artists over time, but I mean, yeah, I am mostly self-taught. Okay. Kind of wish that were a little bit bigger. If only I could, like, you know, take this chunk and be like, but alas. What I think I need to do is make that outline a little bit less detailed. Which I normally do try and do, but, you know, sometimes I do let some details kind of slip through. So yeah, I need to make that particular outline just a little bit less detailed. What first got me into it? Funny enough, it was a fellow classmate. She was a year older than I was. She was really good at drawing, though, especially, you know, wolves and dragons. I would see her drawing them a bunch during Spanish class. It was also kind of interesting because she had Tourette's, but, you know, she was a really fantastic artist. And so, I think I see what I'm doing wrong here, kind of. So yeah, I would just kind of watch her draw, and eventually I was like, hey, I kind of want to try this now. So, I kind of did. And eventually, my initial drawings were not very great. But I just kind of kept drawing and kept practicing and stuff, and I mean, again, you can clearly see the difference. There's definitely an improvement in style and capability. So, this one is going to be a little bit tricky to draw, I think. Okay, here's what I should do. Start with the most basic of shapes. If I'm having trouble with a particular perspective, start with the most basic of shapes. So, which would, in this case, be the legs. Legs of the deceased animal. Sometimes perspective can be a little bit tricky for me. I still am trying to learn that a little bit. I'm kind of sort of getting a little bit better, but, you know, it's not always easy. Always have to start somewhere. I must have incredible patience. I mean, I most definitely do. It's how I'm able to draw and write fiction. I've been writing even longer than I've been drawing. Way longer. Sure I'm doing this right, because I feel like I'm not. No, I kind of am. I'm just getting some of the measurements a smidge wrong. What's this? I got a weird text. Hold up. I don't care. Looks like spam. Okay, I think I see part of the problem. No, that still doesn't fully look right. But yeah, I mean, not trying to toot my own horn, but I'm definitely one of the most patient people I know, honestly. I'm trying to envision this in my head. It's kind of hard, because I know the exact angle that I want to get this at. It's just a matter of figuring it out in my head and copying it. That's more often than not how I do most of my drawings. especially if I'm like, you know, doing the same character in the same shot or same location, but just from a different distance or angle or perspective. Let me think. Okay. Let me start actually with the body itself. I can do that actually. Nope, I need to make that bigger. Because if I make that bigger... Hello, Abner. How are you, good sir or madam? I'm not about to assume anything, so just want to make that clear. Definitely a little bit too much. It's a little bit too close to the original, actually. What is it, Esmer? What is it, Mama? My dog is just on my bed. She's making noises. Probably can't hear them. Okay, so I think needs to happen is that it's smaller on this end. It's maybe something a little bit more like this. Even that doesn't really look right. Okay, hold up. I need to think about it more like sort of rectangle. That's a little okay. No, I think I see where I'm trying to go here. Yeah. More or less. Sorry, I'm drinking some soda while I do this. Just a little bit, not a lot. Let me try to think. Okay, I think I see part of the problem. Hold up. Keep placing the leg in the wrong place. It's not positioned correctly. Because this one is kind of on top, in a way. Okay, it cannot be that thick though, because this, you know, is a decomposing body. Okay. Okay. I think I'm getting somewhere now. I think I'm getting somewhere. Okay. It's gonna be kind of right there-ish. Something like that. Okay. Alright. Who's making... Oh, that's you, Brandon. Okay. My sister's dog was kind of making noises. Let's see. That's not quite right. It's too far away. It needs to be... I think both of these need to be a little bit lower given the perspective I'm trying to do with the body right now. I think. Might be a little bit more accurate in positioning, but I think I need to change the size just a little bit. Okay, and I think actually maybe the leg is a little bit more over here. Okay, I think that might largely make sense, more or less. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to tell. I think I'll just have to go with that. Okay, now here comes the interesting parts. Trying to make sure that the sizes actually make sense this time. So. Now, theoretically, you know, this is a fantasy world of sorts. So I might not necessarily need to do this, but... Here, let me see if I can do that. A little bit more comparable in size than I would have thought. It is also a doe, but the Rook, the main character, is also pretty young. I wouldn't say she's quite fully grown yet, but she is getting there. Let's see. Okay. Maybe... see if I can make sure that I get some of these right. Maybe I want to... I want to move it, actually, nope. I want to change the placement of my character now. Means I gotta redo this whole thing. Ah, damn. Well, such is life. Such is life for a traditional artist. But I at least have the vision in mind now. Now I've got a full idea of what I want it to look like. Alright. Let's try this again. I just erased pretty much everything. More or less. Alright, let's see if I can't... Let's see... Okay. How is everybody's day doing, if anybody feels like chatting? If you don't feel like chatting, you know what, that's perfectly fine. I just know that I'm not the biggest chatter, so sometimes I'm like, hey, how's everybody else doing, you know? I'm not necessarily the best conversation starter. You can see now why it takes so long to do frames. Yep, pretty much. Well, especially if they're, like, you know, traditionally done. I mean, when you're talking about digitally done, it's actually... It can be easier in its own way. Well, then when you try and do it, you know, traditionally like I am, yeah, no, it's... And when you're talking about animation, at least if you're talking about, you know, something like this or say an animatic, then those are called panels, actually. Yes, Esmer, what is it? Not long. Woke up even though it's only 11 a.m. for you. So your day's been good so far? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That head doesn't look quite right. Size isn't quite right. Maybe I think it's actually mostly the body that I'm concerned about. Alright. Something to that effect. And that's the most basic that I can do it for now, at least. But now that I have an idea of what I want it to look like in the end, and I can actually do this. Not quite. Otherwise, you haven't been too bad. Been very busy with work. Currently counting the days till your 2-week holiday. Nice. Oh, I didn't know you were in New Zealand. I mean, I had a feeling you were probably somewhere in like Australia or Oceania based on the time difference. I did not know that you were in New Zealand. That's kind of cool. I've always wanted to go to New Zealand at some point in my life. Might be just a smidge too big. Luckily, I've already done enough of the body that the head is easy to adjust if needed. Oh, you're in Australia? Oh, wait, hold up. So you have a 2-week holiday and you're going to New Zealand. I'm with it. I got it. No, the head looks almost a bit too small. I mean, I know she's young and stuff, but in that case, her head might actually be slightly bigger, especially if she's malnourished, because, you know, at this point in time she is. I mean, technically, even in the current story, she still is a little bit. I think that seems mostly appropriate. Still think the head might need to be shifted just a little bit. Let me try shifting the head just a smidge. That might be a little bit better. Cool. Is there music playing right now? No. No, no, there is music playing. It's just very, very quiet. Are wolves my favorite animals to draw? Oh, why did I choose wolves as a subject of my comic? You know, I'm not entirely sure. Wolves were not initially my favorite animals. Those were initially dolphins, and then otters kind of joined along. But for some reason, like the more I drew wolves, the more I kind of liked it. But in terms of the comic, at least, yeah, in terms of the comic, at least, um, I just found that animals in fantasy was just easier to draw than, say, like people. I'm not really sure how I settled on wolves. I suppose I got inspiration from the Warriors Cats franchise, as well as two other like wolf-related comics that I knew of at the time. So I ended up getting a lot of inspiration from those, and then I came up with a lot of original designs for characters not long after I actually discovered drawing. So I just kind of went with my gut and just started drawing the wolf comic. You have a mate in New Zealand that you've known for about 4 or 5 years that you haven't met, so you thought it was a good time to do something to go over there and meet him. Oh, that's cool. Well, I hope you have fun. Again, I've always wanted to go to New Zealand. Sounds amazing. Hello, Jakai Melvison. I am so sorry. I probably butchered that again. Deepest apologies. Sometimes it can't be helped. Okay. Let's see. This is where things differ just a smidge. Okay. And let's see. Nope, not quite. I did that a little bit wrong. Hang on just a hot second. Oh, I think I see. I think I see what it is now. Okay, got it. I am with it. More or less. How many is that? Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh geez, I'm making this too big. Oops, hold on just a hot second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, close enough. And I know this is not anatomically correct, but I was at least trying compared to, you know, my first freaking attempt, which was... that was my first freaking attempt. Yeah, that was just, yeah, no. Just flat out no. So I'm at least kind of trying a little more this time. I'm not trying to do anything too crazy at the moment, because if I start doing that, then the draft is just going to drive me crazy. It's just a general idea is what I'm trying to do. Let's see. How big is that? Okay, something like that. No, that's not quite right either. That's a little bit better. Okay. Alright, cool. Something like that. Not quite. Okay. Got that at least finished. Hold up. There is something I did want to check, actually. It's like a specific face I'm looking for. Oddly enough. And I know I've kind of seen it before, so... Seem to be in the groove now. Yeah, I think I'm kind of sort of in the groove. That's right, I almost completely forgot. I completely forgot to color in her nose. It's supposed to be black. Wow. Just shows how bad I used to be. Good lord. Actually, I want to make sure that I'm placing the main like, you know, objects or characters as far away from these lines as I can, because, you know, these are just basic lines. Eventually there's going to be space between, you know, this is one panel, 2, 3, 4, 5, but there's going to be space between this panel and these ones, and then space between these two panels as well, so I need to make sure that I'm accounting for that when I'm working on these drafts. Doing, Brandon? I can hear you over there at the door. It's being ridiculous. So I must have the direction. No. Still not right. Again, I'm trying to picture it in my head. Actually, funny enough, if I did it the other way, it might make a little bit more sense. Hang on. I got this. No, those are too big. And granted, like, you know, her ears can look a little bit big, given the fact that she is malnourished, and, you know, she just has kind of slightly bigger ears than normal compared to most other wolves. Still, I can't make them too big. Alright, I think that's the basic idea for that particular panel. Well, except for maybe the legs. That's not quite. Hold on. Something to that effect. Well, it still isn't quite right. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Up, did I? Wait a second. Okay. Okay. I'm sort of getting in the groove. Gotta make some changes. Right, let's see. Jeez. A little snacky for myself. Okay. No, let me start from here actually. What is it, Brandon? I can hear you whining. Dude! I can hear you whining. My sister's dog, man. So annoying. Hi. There you have it. That's basically the initial draft. Now it's time to now it's time to work on the final draft. This is where I really gotta start erasing a whole bunch of lines. It doesn't necessarily matter if I erase like all of them, because it's fine. But if I'm gonna darken anything, I need to be careful, because sometimes darker lines can still stick out. Now, I've at least drawn this character enough that I'm extremely familiar with her features. Nope, that nose is slightly off. That's a little bit better. Mm. Gonna head off, check in a bit later if I'm still going. Sounds like a plan. No problem at all. Let's see how everybody else. Nice. I made a poll about an hour ago on my channel relating to the stream. Uh, some of the responses that people chose is kind of hilarious. It's definitely a little off. That's what is still off. Holy crap. But yeah, I should still be going for a little bit. So no worries, head off as you need to. Stuff to do is fine. I just twitched. How dare. I just switched again. Okay, well, I don't usually have those in quick succession like that, but alright. The paw looks a little bit off. Sometimes the paw anatomy can be a little bit tricky to figure out. But I think I managed to do alright. Dude, you keep grunting. What, do you need to use the room? Do you need to go outside? I just let you out, like, not even an hour ago. You should be fine. Okay, well, no, technically it was a little bit more over an hour ago, since, you know, I've been streaming for almost an hour. Hello? Anybody? Oh, never mind. I think I saw some people pop on, and then somebody popped off, and I'm like, oh no, never mind. That's okay, that's okay. I can understand if I'm not very interesting. I'm still an amateur YouTuber, and not even that great a streamer, honestly. It's not like I stream very often. Let's see. Does the wolf have a name? Just no, it's fine. It's not a dumb question at all. No, the wolf does have a name. Her name is Larouk. It's a fantasy name that I just kind of came up with, but I really quite like. But no, not a dumb question at all. I mean, for those who don't really read the comic, I mean, you wouldn't really know her name. You wouldn't really know any of their names, frankly. So, tis good. Not a dumb question. Don't worry. I'll probably stop saying that. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm being quiet. Sometimes it just happens when I'm really focused on art, because, you know, art is just a very big part of my life. Alright, I'm liking how she's popping up in that first panel. Hooray. Hip hip hooray. So that means you can probably take away that page, honestly. I don't need that page anymore. Nice name for the wolf? Yeah. No, she's got a pretty good name. I like it. Okay. Let me just place this page back in its proper portfolio place since I really don't need it anymore. And honestly, I might just grab the other first page and place it back in the portfolio as well. I mean, again, I really don't need those. I probably might still need this, but I won't need any of the original pages. But yeah. There we go. Alright. Chapter 1. There you go, in your place. Hello, sir. No, my dog is so cute. She's a big dumb, but she's cute. And that is what my sister calls her, by the way. Big dumb. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? You like the belly rubs? Yep. Yep, nope. My sister dubs my dog. Oh, stop it. My sister dubs my dog a big dumb. She can do that. She is a vet tech. She's seen big dumbs all over the place. She's seen bigger dumbs. Not that there's anything wrong with that necessarily. It's just, you know, a lot of them can still be very lovable and sweet like my dog, but may not always be the smartest. It happens. Alright. Anyways, how are you doing? It's Chivadas. I could have butchered that. I do apologize if I did. I've definitely been known to do that on occasion. I still try, because, you know, still trying to be nice and all, but I don't always succeed. Okay. I definitely know that I still need to make some adjustments to this body. This just seems just a little bit too big still. Maybe I need to adjust this a little bit. There we go. Let's see. Okay. And let's see if I can make some. I think that'll work, more or less. At least when compared to this original page, or when compared to the first redone page, I guess you could say. That's not right for sure. Alright. There we go. I'm actually pretty happy with how the position of this deer ended up turning out. You feel fine? Thanks for asking. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. I just want to make sure that I don't sound too boring, because I know I can get a little bit focused with my art, because, you know, I'm an artiste. It does happen. I don't know why I said it like that. You can just ignore me. than that. But, 'tis alright. 'Tis alright. Okay, actually, hold up. I may have not been too terribly off of that. Roll. Nice. Okay, here's where it gets interesting, is trying to get this leg and head properly. What? Oh, I think I messed it up slightly because I forgot for a hot second that that was bone. Right. Any new donations? Let me check. I don't think so. That is okay. I'm always gonna be checking just in case, just to see if there are any new donations. I also want to make sure that the word is being spread. I very much would like the word to be spread because this is a big deal. I've definitely streamed before, but I've certainly never streamed quite to this extent. Oh, I see part of the problem now that I was having with this head. Oh my gosh. Oh, that looks so much better. Hell yes. Alright. Oh, did I know that? Okay, I didn't do that. Okay, there we go. Now I'm able to see chat again. Hallelujah. Lovely. Let's actually, hold up, I need to just add just a little bit more. There we go, that's a little bit better. Alright. Okay, I think hold up, there's still a little bit. Oh my gosh, Brandon. My sister's dog, man. It's so annoying right now. Dude, bro. Seriously, do you need to go outside again? Is that what's happening here? Oh, doggo. Somebody... Wait, oh... Okay, never mind. Sashin is streaming. Duh. Maybe that's why none of my buddies aren't able to join right now. That's alright. It's alright. Tis good. Tis good. Maybe by the time I finish, there'll still be some stragglers, and who knows, maybe they'll come to my stream. Don't know for sure, but you never know. We shall see. Okay, now I need to make those a little less messy and a little more clear. What do you want, Brandon? Oh my goodness. My sister did not choose the name Brandon for him. It's what he has. He's like 12. That's what he responds to. Yes, I know. Oh gosh. He is being very annoying right now. Alright. Not quite. What I'm going for. Not too terribly far from what I'm going for, but no, still not quite what I'm going for. Okay, this dog is annoying. Hold up just a hot second. This dog is annoying me. I need to let him outside. No. Not you, Esmer. You don't need to go outside. Pull your paws again. No. No. Granted. This is what's nice about having my room. It's literally right next to the outside. Hallelujah. Anything? Again, I'm gonna be frequently checking just to see if there are any new donations or anything along those lines. 'Tis okay. Okay. That. So I can take out those eyes. Again, those are mostly just placeholders. Okay, I may actually need to change the location of that just slightly. Alright, that probably works. Those eyes are a little bit too far apart. Damn. Need to try that again. Oh, except, hold up. Dog's back. No. You're good. Hey, buddy. Are you better now? Are you better? Yeah. I hope so. Dead deer. You're wrong, dear. But yes, dead deer. Tis a dead deer indeed. How are you doing, potato? Kind of gruesome, but awesome. That's an interesting combination. Please, do explain. How is one gruesome and awesome? Somehow, at the same time, I simply... I don't understand how that works. Okay, that ear is definitely off. No, that ear is still off. Oh, I thought, for some reason I thought you were talking about, like, your day. Like, no, I thought, for some reason I thought that you were, God, I thought you were talking about that's how your day was going. Like, it's gruesome but awesome. No, you were talking about the freaking deer. Oh my word, I'm an idiot. Oh, good gracious. Oh, your day was just bland? Well, hopefully I can entertain you a little bit with art, and, you know, a little bit after I'm finishing what I want to on this page, you know, I'm probably gonna start coloring some Godzilla. So hopefully that helps make your day a little bit better. That does not look quite right. Yeah, it's still not quite right. Hold on. I'll figure this out. No, that's too long. Is this just gonna? No. Wait, were you not around when I told? No, no, no. It's not gonna be just hunters. Once I finish doing all that I kind of want to with this particular page, I'm probably gonna start coloring the Godzilla piece. Yeah. Yep, yep. What are you guys doing? You don't need to be doing that. Dogs are just being ridiculous. I also love something too about me doing these updated hunters pages is that I actually get to give my characters a little bit more emotion. I'm good at emotions. You know, I used to be not so good. It always seemed a little bit bland. I did have my moments where I was able to make something pretty good in terms of emotion, but it was not really my strong point. Alright. It's actually not turning out too badly. Right. Alright. Yeah, I've got that pretty much figured out. Now all I have to do is create the right borders. Let's see. Can't remember much if it's a little higher up, so I do want to make sure that the head is fully visible there. Ah, 21. So what I think I want to do is go 5, and I need to check some of these. Oh, interesting. It's actually 7. So I'll need to make some slight adjustments there. 20, 21 and a half. Got it. Got it good. Oh, come on now. Brandon, really? You don't need to be whining this much, buddy. Here we go. That'll be enough. And nice. I do need to take a little bit off of this. Oh boy. There he goes. I apologize for the high-pitched whining going on around me. Can't give you attention, man. I'm doing stuff. Actually having a bit of an idea. Okay, what I think I'm gonna do is... Let's see. 19. Alright. 19. Got it. You're okay, buddy. You're okay. Do I need to put anything else in here? Not much. Just a couple little lines. The rest I should be able to adjust without an issue. There we go. And there we go. Here's what I think I'm gonna do. So I'm going to leave a line. Like that. Nope, I think I need to adjust that just so. Adjust it so it's more this way. Kind of like that, yeah. So now, time for the fun part. So much better using centimeters for this stuff. If I can actually there and there. I think I got that. Which means there. There we go. Lovely. Make sure I get these measurements right. Teenage 1.5. Alright. 19. 1.5. Okay. Actually, right where I need to be on that side. How much is this one? It did 2.5. Maybe actually, let's do that. Let's do that instead. Hi, Brandon. Yes, I know you really want attention, but I can't really give that to you right about now. I know, Mom's usually home about now, when she is not, but she actually has a night shift tonight. So you're just gonna have to wait a few more hours. Oh, sorry, but 'tis true. Wow, that was quite the grunt from you, my man. That's interesting, because I actually do have quite a bit to take off from here. Hopefully, that is perfectly fine. There we go. Mucho grado. Alright. Gonna take out some of the lines. Alright, oh my goodness, dude. You are quite loud, my man. Okay, what am I doing? I'm gonna do it this way. Then I can be more accurate. Until I have to use a pen. That may technically be slightly less accurate. I have to make sure that the lines are properly darkened so that once I actually do transfer it on sketchbook paper, I can see the lines properly. Pupper misses mommy? No, Pupper is just an anxious old boy who just needs attention very often. Honestly, like pet, like owner. Although, for my sister, it's not nearly to the same extent. And not quite in the same way. I will say a nice thing about doing the final drafts on printer paper and then doing the final, like, penned outlines on sketchbook paper is that I can make some adjustments while I do that. So, like, say my sketchbook paper was here, I could just shift it a little bit and get exactly the same image, but just in a slightly different place than I initially had it. When I have panels like this. If I have panels like this, it can be a little bit trickier to do. Needs lots of attention, you mean every day? Every dog ever? Yeah, kind of, but no, this stuff... My sister's dog is a special kind of anxious. He's more of an like, I wouldn't even say attention seeker, but he just gets so anxious when he doesn't get attention and when, you know, there's not people around. I mean, part of it too is that, you know, he doesn't really, I guess in a way, in terms of the other animals, he doesn't have a lot of friends in the house. Because, you know, my dog, I know she'd love a playmate, but Brandon's just not the one to be that playmate. And then, you know, the cats don't really like either of the dogs. They especially don't like Esmer because she wants to try and play with them, but they don't exactly like that. So in a way, in terms of other animals, Brandon is kind of on his own. So he kind of needs people to fill that void, because from what I understand about his previous home, he was in a little bit of a horror situation. But he, I mean, he was around like almost a dozen other small dogs or something to that effect. Any new donations? Still no new donations. It's okay. Alright. Just a few more lines, and I think I can call it. Because, you know, I don't quite feel like outlining right now, and I technically don't need to outline right now. Because that's the thing, is this chapter 1 redraw is technically not on a schedule. The silly thing is, I should put it on a schedule, except everything else is already on a schedule, and I'm already, like, practically overworked, I guess you could say, as is, so trying to add another thing on my schedule is gonna be difficult. I mean, if I try to go for, like, 2 new pages a month, that could potentially be doable, but that would cut in... I'd have to remove some time on video projects, which I guess wouldn't be the worst thing. I mean, you know, if I'm unable to reach my goals, to reach any significant goals, I do technically have some video projects that I can hold on standby, and I might be able to use them on a rainy day, but for the most part, if I don't reach the goals, all the videos that I had on hold, specifically for Thankmas, I can simply set aside and be like, alright, guess this is probably going to release in a few months, kind of deal. What are you doing, Brandon? But I mean, if I have to take a little bit of video time out of my monthly, weekly, whatever schedule to work on some of these redraws, I want to be able to start, like, you know, actually selling stuff related to my comic and making merch and whatnot. Don't overwork myself. You know, just a little bit too late, because I feel like I do, and yet at the same time I feel like I don't. It's kind of hard to explain. Oh my gosh, what is your deal, dude? You, like, desperately want attention. I can hear it in your whines. Right, there we go. Coming along nicely. I have to make sure to darken these lines because once I actually transfer this over to sketchbook paper, I'm gonna need to be able to see the lines when I put them underneath the sketchbook paper. The leg might be just a little bit too long, I realized. Luckily, that's not too terribly difficult to redraw. Yeah, so not difficult that I could just darken it automatically. Easy peasy. Okay. Are you still able to hear the music? Oh, I just want to make sure, because again, there are periods where I'm just simply not talking, so. Still 420. It's okay. It's alright. It's all good. All good in the hood. Yes, okay. Good. Goody goody gumdrops. I just want to make sure it's not too quiet and not too loud, both of which are possible. Right, what is playing now? It's very quiet. Oh, yeah, that one can be a little bit quiet. Right. Leo. Luckily, there's so few panels and not a lot of details that it shouldn't take too terribly long to finish this darkening. Can't forget the eyes crap. Eyes are always the toughest to translate with a pen, especially when they're this small. And I just realized it's kind of another difference that I made with the eyes. Initially, I would just, put in the black pupil and then color just the rest of the eye with color. But now I actually give them kind of, more realistic-ish eyes, I guess you could say. Honestly, it looks better. It almost looks, I wouldn't say more professional, but definitely looks cleaner in its own way. No, I think that one should be fine. I was gonna turn the volume down on that particular song, but after looking at the levels, I think it should be fine. I gotta change that up just a little bit. Good. Right. Oh, almost forgot. Close. Get real close. I just realized that that wasn't even shown. Whoopsie, my bad. What is it, Brandon? Right. Wow, Brandon. You are so noisy. I think that basically, well, yeah, that basically kind of settles that. Yeah, that page is pretty much done in terms of a draft. I mean, all that's left to do now is to transfer it to sketchbook paper, and you did not need to lick me. Unnecessary. You did not need to lick me, Mama. My dog is definitely a licker. So, one thing I'm gonna do is, put this page back where it belongs. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm gonna put that back where it belongs. But I'm not gonna transfer this on the sketchbook paper. What I'm actually gonna do, I'm probably gonna let the dogs roam just a little bit so they're not quite so antsy, especially the anxious little Chihuahua mix. But I'm also going to take a bathroom break and I'm going to get the necessary supplies because I am switching over to Godzilla. I'm going to be switching over to coloring that. That's definitely going to take me a little bit. I'm not fully sure how I'm going to color it yet, but I've got some ideas and I've got a general plan, so we'll see how it goes. So yeah, I'm just going to take a quick break. Don't mind me. See you in a little bit. Alright, I am back. How's everybody doing? I think I've had a decent number of viewers. You know, it keeps jumping around, and I usually don't have more than like 3 at a time, but that is okay. That's perfectly fine. 420, come on. Nope, still 420. If only there were some more donations. To be fair, though, I feel like the real push for Thankmas is going to be this weekend. Now, how many people are going to participate, I have no idea. Okay. Cool. Alright. Jeez, okay. So when I was doing the outline yesterday, there were some lines that I made thick and some lines that I made a lot thinner. The ones that I made thinner, there's either, like, you know, no defined line for them, or there's reason that I made them a little bit lighter. In the case of these back spikes and, you know, some of these scars and some of these, like, you know, features, I'm intending to have them have a glow effect of some sort. I'm not fully sure how I'm going to do that yet, because I don't work with glow too much, but, you know, obviously I do have kind of some ideas. And this is also the smoke that, I feel like that's obvious that wouldn't necessarily have a particularly strong outline. And then, of course, you know, there are thin lines for the background as well, but that's because the background is less of a focus compared to, you know, the actual monster itself. I think the background is more of like a comparison or a focal point. Or, sorry, not a focal point. I think it's more of a comparison and, you know, like a setting for, you know, the actual monster to be in, but it's not the real focus of the piece. So, let's see. What I think I want to do is make like these spikes and like some of these, you know, kind of features, kind of a lighter blue. Like, I feel like that just makes the most sense given the images that I have seen of oh geez, what was that? Hold up, there's a noise. That noise I heard may have been... Go. Hold up. Anyway, this is kind of the problem when I give the dogs free rein. So you never really know. You love how this is massive compared to the building, reminds you of Godzilla Earth. Not entirely sure what that means. That's okay though. But yeah, I'm hoping to give, like, you know, the spikes and even kind of the smoke a little bit a sort of blue glow or blue hue. The smoke is going to be a little bit darker, I think. In terms of Godzilla itself, I'm thinking something like a dark gray with some slight dark blue undertones. Something along those lines. Almost, I think almost something close to the cloak of the Hollow Knight that I've colored in the past, but more gray than blue. So yeah. So first, I'm going to start off with some blue. And again, I don't work with glow... Oh geez, I really messed that up. Godzilla Earth is the largest version of Godzilla? Nice. So I somehow went large. Which, you know what? I'm perfectly fine with. This is my first attempt at Godzilla. I can't expect to be, you know, super perfect. Standing at almost 1,000 feet tall. Bigger than a bread box. Definitely bigger than a bread box. So yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's create a little bit of, just a little bit of light blue on this. Again, I don't work with glow too much, but I do have ideas for how I'm going to go about it. Again, I think I mentioned this way earlier. I don't know if anybody was here for it, but I mentioned that I'm, in terms of, you know, being an artist, I'm mostly self-taught. And I mean, I've learned some things from professionals along the way. But I mean, there's still plenty of things that I do that I have had to learn kind of on my own, and some things that I still do experiment with to this day. I mean, obviously, you're always trying new things. You're always experimenting with new things. Full steam ahead with the colors. As in, you concur with the colors that I have decided on. You concur with my choices. Now, keep in mind too that I can't get the colors perfectly in terms of how people might see it. I am limited a little bit because, you know, digital art, you can do so much. You can create so many effects. You can choose basically any color out there on the RGB scale. But I just have a binder of colored pencils, and that is pretty much it. I have maybe like 100 different colored pencils, which, you know, it seems like a lot, but in terms of, you know, having a full palette, it's not as many as you'd think. And not to mention, I do have a couple different versions of different kinds of colored pencils. Most notably, forgetting some of the brands. Most notably, I have a lot of Starjoy and Prismacolor. I do have some Artist Loft still, but I think I'm kind of moving away from Artist Loft. It was my preferred brand for a long time, but I am kind of leaning more towards using Prismacolor for my colors, which I believe this is one of them. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that this is one of the Prismacolor colored pencils. Good God. You only have a binder of colored pencils, still makes some pretty awesome things. I mean, true. Have you seen some of my other drawings? Of course you have. You will often react to a bunch of them that I will post to my Discord server, so of course you've seen a bunch of them, again, especially recent ones. I do manage to make some pretty good things. I will say though, in terms of colored pencils, especially related to fan art, color matching is always one of the hardest things for me to do. There are plenty of times where I have to combine 3, 4, 5 different colors. You returned! Hi, Josh! Potato makes a strong case for pencils. Ah, indeed. There are lots of people who don't really do traditional art, at least dominantly anymore. I mean, there's still people who do, but there aren't too many artists out there nowadays, at least in terms of the communities that I'm familiar with, that do strictly traditional art or dominantly traditional art. Most of them are strictly digital or very dominantly digital. I am one of the few exceptions, I think. Well, especially in the big art server that I'm a part of. Granted, I mean, there's over 5,000 members. I think only half of them have, you know, posted something in there, really, and maybe a seventh of them are, like, really active. But that's still a lot. A seventh out of, you know, a few thousand is still quite a few hundred, and most of them are predominantly digital artists. Would you look at that? Potato and Benny just agreeing on shite. Let me see. Okay. Here. Okay. Let me see if I can grab this real quick. Need to adjust a couple of lines. Just a couple. Let's see if I can actually look at something real quick. There's something I wanted. Can't quite figure out what the patterns. I think my dog is messing with my sister's cat. Again. Okay. I've got an idea for how I kind of want to do these spikes. It's completely experimental. And yet I'm about to use pen. Again, completely experimental, but honestly, that's kind of most of my art. I'm always experimenting with some new ideas or new techniques at one point or another. 'Tis my life. Well, at least artistically speaking. No! My pencil decided to move without my permission. How dare. So rude. Given the fact that I've never drawn Godzilla before, that all of this, like all these features and stuff, just felt like the easiest way for me to draw it based on my style and based on what experience that I had. Not with drawing Godzilla, but just experience in general. Probably could have done this before, but I wanted to make sure of the colors first. I'm not sure if anybody is able to kind of see what I'm doing. If you can, I'd kind of be amazed. If you can't, that is okay. I mean, in a way, I kind of came up with it on the spot. Jeez, what is my sister's cat doing now? For a first time, it rivals most designs. Oh, well, thank you. You know, that means a lot coming from you, since you know you are Mr. Godzilla. Well, okay, maybe not that technically, but you know what? I'd say it's close enough. I will say, I'm sure you must be absolutely stoked and excited that, I mean, not only am I drawing Godzilla at all, but it was your suggestion, and it was the popular dominant suggestion that people liked in terms of fan art. And again, I think I mentioned, based on the poll, that technically Sonic was the second place, but you know, based on experience with some of my art buddies, I felt that Cult of the Lamb was probably better for my style in general, in terms of, you know, experimenting with fan art. Oh, you are? Shocker there. Who's surprised? I'm not. No, I'm sure that as soon as I mentioned that I was gonna be, you found my server. It seems to be a lovely place. Yeah. I'd say it's almost a kind of like a chill chaotic compared to the BSD server. Okay. I think I have a much more solid idea of what I'm going to do now. Let's try a different color. Try adding a slightly different color now. Oh geez, I just hear one of my sister's cats meowing. I just hope that my dog isn't messing with her. Although, at the moment, she could honestly just be hungry. I'm probably gonna have to pause in little under an hour to feed all the animals, which will take a little bit because nighttime is when a lot of them get their medications. So I will need a little bit of time, but I will be returning back probably after I feed them. Because I mean, I think I can color and stream this for a little while today. I don't see why not. As long as I feed the animals, because my sister won't be back until definitely after 8, but honestly, with her job, she would finish up around 8, and she may get home at 8:15. She might get home at like 8:45. She may not get home until 9:30 or 10. It's happened. It's unfortunate. Lots of lovely people. Sanic. Yeah, Sanic. I mean, maybe I will draw a Sonic at some point in the future, but I'm just not confident enough in my style, and I'm not sure that my style is quite right for Sonic just yet. I'd like to practice more with fan art in general before I think about attempting Sonic, because again, he's not quite the style that I feel like would fit what I'm looking for, at least in terms of, you know, doing fan art and trying to push my art out there. Although in the same way, it's also potentially a good idea at some point in the future, because Sonic is a pretty big industry. There are a lot of people. I mean, there's the new game that came out not too long ago. I forget what it's called, but I know it's a little bit more like open world or something compared to the other usual games. I don't know too much about it. I just know bits and pieces. All I know is I saw a game reviewer review it. I don't know much more than that, honestly. Sonic is possible. Again, gotta just take it one step at a time, and gotta make sure that I'm just balancing everything correctly. Like if I weren't doing this kind of stuff for Thankmas, if I weren't, doing these drawings for Thankmas, this probably would have taken me like a month at least to finish, given my project loads. That's just how intense everything is. There isn't a Sonic OC with your first name, and people tell you that means you need to make one? Wait, Sonic OCs are a thing? I don't even know. Again, I don't follow that side of the game industry too much. I certainly follow plenty of information related to games, but Sonic I know next to nothing about. I've never played a Sonic game before. I mean, the closest I've played is Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games on Wii. That's the only Sonic game I've played. Any more donations? Any more donations? Still no. That's alright. We still got time. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Okay. I think it's time to bring out the whites. Sonic OCs are very common. Don't ask how you know it's a long story. And usually abominations? Oh dear god. I mean, we've seen bad renditions of Sonic himself. I'm not surprised that there are bad renditions of Sonic OCs. I'm speaking kind of in jest. Kind of in jest. Oh no, I'm doing the wrong thing. I'm doing the wrong thing. Whoops. Pay attention, girly. Pay attention. White is nice because it actually helps me blend. Something that it can be problematic is the fact that it can sort of lighten the pen a little bit if I hit the pen just right, but in this case that actually works to my advantage because it's not a big deal if the pen is just a little bit lighter than it initially was. There's a thing saying if you look up your first name, the hedgehog, that is you, but your first name doesn't have one. You know what? I'm curious. I'm gonna look. I'm absolutely curious. You must have either a unique name or just one that people haven't thought of. I started putting Sonic instead of my name. Oh jeez. Oh wow. There are actually... Hold up. Well, kinda sorta. Because there is, but there also isn't. Because the names aren't quite spelled right. They're one letter off. Pretty typical for me. My name has, oh my gosh, it has a million different spellings. And I've only ever, in my entire life, my name is pretty popular too, in my entire life, I've only ever met, 2 other people with the same spelling as mine. I've met dozens more with the same name, but only 2 who've had the same spelling as me. So yeah, my name is incredibly common, but the spelling is not. And especially for my generation too. My name is very common for my generation. It was... My parents thought that they were being a little bit unique, and in a way they were, but in a way they weren't. Ah, they're adorable, my parents. I mean, they really are. My parents very much. They're pretty great. Honestly, any kid would be lucky to have them. Oh. Goodness gracious. See if I might be able to make these spikes in general just a little bit more bluish than the rest of the body. It's kind of the direction I'm going. Not a lot more blue, but just a little bit more. That'd be awesome. I'm getting a bunch of concurrent viewers. I do appreciate that very much. Any more donations? I'm sorry, I'm constantly checking because, you know, otherwise I'd forget. I have to check every once in a while, just to make sure I'm checking. Well, it does seem like people seem to be interested as I'm drawing my own rendition of Godzilla. I don't know if you probably can't see too well, and unfortunately my camera just can't seem to pick that up, and I don't really have a proper light source that would help you guys see better, but I mean, how does it look so far? You know, I always do appreciate feedback and criticism. Besides, I'm one of those individuals who doesn't take anything personally. So, I do not mind that at all. Hold up, where's my swatch? I need my swatch, man. I think it's in here. Hold up. I'm just looking for my swatch. Oh. How's my swatch down here? Wait. Oh, my swatch is wrong side. Not my swatch. Where's my swatch? Alright. Okay. Here is my swatch. You know, oddly enough, I would like to use blue-green. I don't get to use blue-green almost ever. So the idea of using it is very, very enticing. Esmer, come here. No, you can stay. Alright, here we go. I don't know why I'm starting there. Good cheesums. You know, sometimes I draw with purpose and I know exactly what I'm doing. Other times, especially kind of when I'm distracted, I just start to go, start doing some stuff randomly. Like, I'm still doing what I intend to, but it's not really with as much purpose. It happens sometimes. I don't know why it happens, but it happens. Don't worry, it won't be looking quite this blue at the end. But I need to create sort of base. I will not be surprised if these spikes end up with 5 or 6 different layers of color. It's certainly not unusual for me, depending on, you know, the aspect. And you probably can't really see the difference between the lines that I kind of colored in and what I'm coloring in now, outside of the lines. But with my current lighting and setup, I actually can see the difference. So I will be able to do that just fine. I can also see vague impressions of the lines as well. That's also a huge help. Did chat just fall silent? Was it something I said? You can just slightly though? Yeah. Again, my setup, at least in terms of, you know, drawing and stuff, and I guess even in terms of general recording, isn't necessarily that good. It's certainly better than it used to be. I will say that. But yeah, especially in terms of art, I don't have a good setup for being able to draw art. Well, in terms of live streaming anyways. If I'm not live streaming or recording or anything like that, it's fine. I can find ways to manage. But yeah. Probably a little bit easier to see some of the differences with some of the bigger ones I'm noticing. I think part of it too is there's a little bit of a texture difference because I pressed hard with white on the lined areas, so their texture is a slight bit smoother than that of the the rest. Because I'm not pressing very hard, therefore I haven't really filled in the texture of the paper just yet. Oh my gosh, my sister's cat is meowing like there's no tomorrow. I think it's because he's hungry. Oh geez, there he goes again. He makes these ungodly meowing sounds whenever he's really hungry. Instead of going, he goes, God, it's ridiculous. I think I caught my dad's attention with my impression of my sister's cat. Hi, Mama. Oh geez, they are really getting annoying. I might just say screw it and feed them a little bit early, honestly. Give it another 15 minutes though. I don't want to feed them too early. My dog is accosting my sister's cat again. Won't be the first time, won't be the last. She just wants a playmate, but the cats don't like her very much. And, you know, she's smart enough to not mess with them, more or less. Because, you know, they're not a big fan of dogs, but, you know, they can either tolerate them to an extent or they can defend themselves. They can't be like, I will scream until I am feed. Do you hear me now, mother? And I'm not even their mother. I'm only the mother to one of these animals. The rest belong to my sister. I'm not really surprised though, she is a vet tech. Alright. I'm gonna have to lean really far in to see this effectively. So if you happen to see my hair or my head or anything at one point, I apologize. But I need to look really closely to see this. Oh geez, there they go. Maybe I should have used the white a little bit later, but I needed to use the white to differentiate easier. Oh, jeez. Esmer's messing with the cats again. I heard a hiss. I know exactly what it was. That's the crazy thing. The cats are not mine, but I can differentiate between their hisses. I am the aunt. Honestly, yes. In this case, I am definitely the aunt. Not that there's a problem with that. It's kind of funny. If anybody's gonna be the aunt to human children, it's gonna be my sister. Anybody who's gonna be the aunt to animal children, it's gonna be me. I know I'm missing something here. Okay, I think I got it. The cool aunt? You know, I mean, you've seen my videos, you've seen my art, you probably haven't seen my writing, but I can write fiction too. So I think I am kind of a cool aunt. You are the fun, cool, or wine aunt. Maybe a little bit. You know, in a way though, alcoholically speaking, my sister is actually a little bit cooler than me because she drinks whiskey. I mean, don't get me wrong, I drink like the dry red wines, I drink vodka and rum, sometimes tequila, but no, her preference is whiskey, and she's younger than I am. She's of drinking age. We both are. We've both been of drinking age for a few years now. It's been over 5 years since I was of drinking age. Oh my god. How time flies. Jeezums. Damn. Yeah, no, my sister's something else. Ooh, ooh, wait. There was a $30 donation. Fuyak! Oh my goodness! Ah, Fuyak! You're the best! For those who don't know Fuyak, he's in the art server. Thank you! Or, he. I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, Fuyak is a he, or they identify as they. I don't remember for sure, but yay! Oh, yay! I'm $50 away from the first milestone! Heck yes! Hold up, I need to check something real quick. Hold up. Just a hot second. I just wanna see real quick. I just wanna see something real quick. Oh wait, that I don't see it there. Whoops. Oh. Fuyak did not choose a reward. Interesting. I mean, surely Fuyak knows my art style. You know what? That is perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. No worries at all. Lovely. I have another donation, and I'm that much closer to my first milestone, which means I'm that much closer to the rest of my milestones. If I could hit 2,000, which is what I determined to be like, you know, my actual goal for Thankmas this year, that would be absolutely amazing. Because my first year I did Thankmas, I set the goal at 500, and I couldn't reach that. Last year I set the goal at 1,000, and thanks to a little bit of help and support from you know, my own family and my boyfriend and his family, and even I think one or two of my coworkers, I was able to reach my 1,000 goal. I mean, I didn't get much farther beyond it, but I still reached it, and that was awesome. And this year I doubled it again to 2,000. Nobility, in your opinion, needs no renown. Fair. So yeah, I will be definitely pushing to try and make 2,000 this year. I just keep raising the goal every time. You guys see what's going on here? You kind of get a good idea of what's going on here. Again, it's gonna take a few more layers. It looks a little bit messy now, and the colors look a little bit whack, but all the color on the page is not yet there. And these are just the first couple of layers of color on one part of the drawing. Always takes a little bit for it all to come together. Always a little bit of work that goes into stuff like this. But yeah, it's definitely not uncommon for me to use multiple layers on pieces. I do it with my comic pages all the time. I'm using multiple layers on characters, especially. Like some characters, even a single leg could have like 3 or 4 different layers of color on it. It's no joke when I'm talking about, you know, coloring and layering stuff. I don't frick around. I most certainly do not. Alright. Man, that even just the single $30 donation from Art Buddy was just what I needed to get my energy levels a bit up. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Loving it. I think Saturday and possibly Sunday too are going to be the real big days to push. I do know that I'm pretty sure Jacksepticeye is actually himself streaming for Thankmas on Saturday. I don't know how long he's going to be doing it for. I don't know if that's his only stream. It could be. I think historically he's only done like 1 or 2 streams over the course of Thankmas. So I mean, there could be a lot more spotlight on him, but if a lot of other streamers and YouTubers are going to be doing streams on Saturday, you never know. You never know. Oh jeez, there goes my sister's cat again. Here's the crazy thing. I can tell when he's meowing at my dog, or when he's, you know, just meowing because he's hungry or wants attention. There are differences in the meows. Okay, sweetness. Kind of crazy. One of my old reactions, which I think was a patron request, actually has gotten a lot of traction lately. And funny enough, I'm actually making just a smidge bit of money on them. Should I check on them? No. Again, they're just mostly they're just kind of hungry, but it's not time. They still have half an hour, but I may feed them in like 10 or 15 minutes. We'll see. If they're annoying enough, I might. That's honestly how it works sometimes. If they're annoying enough, will we feed them early? Yes. Oh, it's kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is. Okay, again, I'm starting in a random place. Jeezums. I need to stop doing it randomly like that. I do hope that that everybody isn't too bored when I kind of start going a little bit silent. Always happens whenever I'm super focused, even when I'm not streaming. Even when I'm not streaming, I will still be super focused if I'm drawing. Especially if I'm in the right conditions. And by that I mean like if you know there's just a calm bit of ambiance in the background. Especially I love using Hollow Knight ambiance, or Hollow Knight game soundtracks as ambiance, like extended versions of the tracks. That's one of my favorite things to use as ambiance. Because then I can get really focused on art. I mean, theoretically too, I can get a little bit focused whenever I'm streaming, but at the same time I'm also talking, so sometimes I can kind of pull my focus away just a smidge. Not always. Sometimes. Personally, when you draw a character, you do in order body, legs, and feet, head, arms, face, clothing / armor, and then size them. Fair enough. I will... Typically, whenever I'm doing something, I usually start on the head, and then I do like the body, at least draft-wise, and then I'll do the arms / legs, and again, I'll usually do like basic shapes. Let's see if I can grab that blue-green again. Okay, now the differences are starting to come into effect. Oh my gosh. Good lordy Lou. Yeah, at least for me, the head, I can usually get a good feel for how everything looks based on the size and position of the head. So that's why I usually end up doing it first. If I started doing like the body first, I'd start to have trouble. Cat is starting to get a little closer. Okay. Starting to notice some of the differences. This is what most art projects for me are, is working on the same thing for half an hour, because I'm putting so many colors and layers on it because of trying to create a specific effect. That's definitely how it is with my Hollow Knight pieces. And those definitely take a while. There are so many pieces where I've had multiple layers. I mean, just 3 different grass layers for one of my more recent Hollow Knight pieces. I mean, each layer of grass took like anywhere between 5 and 7 colors, and they were all different colors. and that only covered, like, you know, this much of the actual piece. I had everything else to worry about too. There were some serious glow and lighting effects in that particular piece. I remember that. That was pretty tough in terms of glow and lighting. I don't think the glow and lighting was a sole focus. But I know... What the hell was that? Must sound like the door opened, but that's not possible. I wonder if maybe somebody just jumped down from something, in which case that would be Cinder, because, I mean, you know, my dog certainly does plop up on my bed from time to time, but she was definitely not even in my room. And the only one who jumps down from anything is Cinder. Because, you know, Brandon is just a little Chihuahua pincher mix, and Mika can't even jump. Well, I mean, she can, just, you know, really poorly. You know, being a cat with CH and all, which is cerebellar hypoplasia, so basically wobbly cat syndrome. Where are my extra blacks? I'm gonna need a new black suit. Hold up, I need to find one of my extra blacks. I have a couple, I'm pretty sure. What? Where'd all my extra blacks go? Don't tell me I used them all already. Okay, well, that's a... I have to... Okay. What the frick? How do I not have extra blacks? Do I really have to go to Michael's again and get like 5 blacks? Good. Yeah, I know I got some... I got a bunch of whites relatively recently. I didn't even realize that I was almost out of blacks. I could have sworn that I had more. Fudge! That's not good. Anything else? Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm gonna have to pause. I'm gonna feed the animals. It's gonna take me probably like 5 minutes. It's gonna take me a little bit. Because again, 4 animals, and they all pretty much have either wet food or medication in some capacity. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to be right back, because, yeah, fun.
Cheesecake.
Alright, sorry about that. That is how long that takes me to feed all 4 animals. No worries. Alright, I'm gonna see any new donations. No, not quite. That's alright. That is, you know what? That's okay. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. Use dark green. No, I was already planning on using that. That's what I forgot. Okay, that will actually have to be the best green that I could probably use about now. Yeah, I was already planning on using a little bit of dark green kind of throughout. But I was going to focus a little bit more on the blue. But, like, I was going to try and add just a little bit of dark green. Just not too much, necessarily. Like, kind of enough that it kind of darkens it a little bit and you can tell. But not so much that it overpowers the blue and starts to take on more of a green hue. Would you like to hear the story? Are you able to shorten it and simplify it? Because I'm not able to read and draw at the same time. I feel like I have heard the story, I haven't heard it in a while, so I don't fully remember it. But if I had like, you know, a friendly reminder or nudge, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, I'm getting itchy. Yes, okay. Alright, then go for it. Let's see. Ah, I see what's going on. I gotcha. I'm with you. Sorry about that. My dog was being a dog. Okay, I see what's supposed to happen there. Oops, starts spilling out. Whoops. That's alright. Luckily it was the same color anyways, so it's all good. Ever heard of the Black and Tans? They were British soldiers sent to deal with the Irish rebels who called the Black and Tans because of their tan uniforms and black caps, which were green. Ah. I must have been thinking of something else entirely. I'm gonna shake out my hand a little bit. Just a little bit. Long story short, they were not good people. I mean, the British and Irish certainly have a history. No doubt about that. I mean, not much anymore, but they definitely did have a bit of a history. The British had quite the history with a lot of people. You know, the Welsh, the Irish, maybe the Scottish a little bit too, and I think even some of the Scandinavians to an extent. You know, obviously the Americans too, but I'm more talking about, you know, other European ethnic groups. I'm correct. Yeah, I don't know the most about history, especially when it pertains to military-related conflicts, but I do know bits and pieces. And well, yeah, obviously the French. I mean, British and France have been hands down two of the biggest empires in European history. Of course, they would have beef with one another on multiple occasions for multiple different reasons. And, you know, the American territories were sometimes related to those disputes, or were related to some of those disputes. It was quite interesting. Alright. Probably about all that I can do for that. And actually, what I'm going to do instead, I was going to start with black, but instead, I actually think... I didn't mean to put it in that one. Didn't mean to put it in that one. Alright. Alright. Time to place the shadows again. Shadows? What? That's not at all what I meant. I'm so itchy. This isn't quite turning out the color I would have expected, but I still have one more idea up my sleeve once I finish with this gray. Seriously, why am I so freaking itchy? Is my skin really that dry right now? I mean, it's entirely possible. It's a Colorado winter. Right. Hope everybody's not too bored with the fact that, again, I've literally been just coloring the same general thing for the last, geez, how long has it been since I started this? Well, probably at least an hour, maybe like an hour and a half-ish. You gotta go? See you tomorrow? No problem. Thanks for sticking around for as long as you did. I know you mentioned you weren't gonna be able to probably see this, but you know, no, that is okay. Yeah, no. You have a great night there. And thank you for being a part of this stream for as long as you did. That's awesome. Okay, and it's definitely looking a little bit more greener than intended. Although, given my kind of poor lighting-ish, I kind of sort of expected that. Needs some make some slide adjustments. Okay, I got what I need off that one. Time to work another layer with another important color that I haven't used yet. Okay, let me actually do it from this side this time. Based on how I did this, I'm doubtful I'll be able to get exactly the glow effect I was kind of going for, but I can still make some slight adjustments to still give it something of a glow effect. Again, glow is not my specialty. Well, I suppose lighting in general is not quite my specialty, although I'm certainly better at it than I was a few years ago. Oh, you read the time wrong? Yeah, I definitely do that sometimes too. I know we all do that at some point. Even when we're fully fledged adults, we'll still mistake the time. It happens. All good. All goody goody gumdrops. I don't think I was using enough of the blue on this. Interesting. That's all I can do with that, so now time for what will be the final layer from now. I definitely need some more blocks. Maybe I can stop at Michael's tomorrow after work. Plus side, I do get paid tomorrow. Let me try. Yeah, this. I'm not pressing too terribly hard, but I still want to make sure it's still effective as a cover. Okay. Anything else? No other donations. I'm too terribly surprised. That is okay. It is becoming increasingly difficult to see some of these lines that I need to differentiating the spikes from one another. I did expect that that would probably happen at some point. Luckily, I can use the glare off my lamp to determine where some of these lines are. It's turning out a little bit better now that I've actually muted out some of the color with the black. But this is not done yet. I'm gonna stop on the spikes because that's all I feel comfortable doing right now until I finish a little bit more of the general color now. So I'm not done with the spikes yet, and I'm not done for the night. I am finished with the spikes for tonight. I'll probably work on them at some later point in the process. And I'm not done streaming it either. No, I'm gonna continue for a little while longer. What do we got? Still 450. On the plus side, we're getting a lot closer to 100,000 for Thankmas. Hallelujah. Alright. What I will do, though, is start on the big boy himself. And when it comes to traditional art, one of the best ways to fill in as much space as possible is actually using this this circle method. I think there might be a different name for it, but that's kind of what I know it as at the moment. But in terms of this like circle method, the thing is that you're basically constantly circling around so that everything kind of aligns correctly, but at the same point you want to make sure that the circles are small, because the bigger the circle, the easier you'll be able to tell what was colored or drawn and what wasn't. So I have to use a constant series of small circles, and in enclosed spaces, so like, you know, this little nose right here, that's actually really easy, but in larger spaces, kind of like, you know, these, that's actually a little bit harder to maintain sometimes. I mean, it is still doable, of course, but it can be just a little bit difficult to maintain, like, you know, these constant smaller circles. But that is okay. Yeah, even for me, who is very familiar with traditional art, who has been doing this for a very long time, it can still be difficult for me to sometimes work through some of those big areas where sometimes the circles can become a little bit more obvious. So yeah, as you can see, it, because whenever somebody might be coloring, they might go like, you know, lines or, you know, cross hashes or something like that, but it kind of doesn't make the texture look right for a drawing more often than not, unless it's the intention. But when you do circles, it just looks like everything is colored in at, like, you know, a reasonable in a reasonable manner, in a reasonable and even kind of manner. I have to make sure to be mindful of this smoke too, because I have to color those areas a slight bit differently. I'll probably avoid coloring them all together for now, but they will be colored slightly differently sometime later on in the process. So for now, I will simply focus on the main base of Godzilla. Coloring this this sort of series of circles will definitely be very time consuming, and this is just one layer. This is gonna take a while, and I'm gonna have to do something similar with other layers, unless there's a specific reason why I don't want to or shouldn't. So yes, this part of the process will definitely take a little while, and I'm actually going to do something a smidge different around these. I'm going to leave a little bit of white space around these so it'll be a little bit easier to create a glow effect. It'll be easier here than it was on the spikes. For now, I just primarily want to worry about the general color and filling of it. I'm not worried about any like textures or stuff quite yet. That will come in time. It's kind of interesting when I'm coloring because I have to be acutely aware of both what I'm coloring in that moment and what's ahead of me in the process. And I have to keep an eye on both. Because if I'm only keeping an eye on, you know, what's going on in the present, then I'll accidentally color in or draw something that shouldn't be. But if I'm focusing ahead on what I'm doing, then I might not fully be paying attention to what I'm actually doing in that moment. And you know, my technique may start to falter in some way. Actually, I will avoid these as well. I just realized. I started coloring in this one, and I was gonna color in the rest of them, but then I immediately found that moment, actually, I think I have an idea of how I could better color that in. Because this line down here of like larger scales will probably require a little bit more shading, a little bit more attention from me when it comes to set shading. Yeah, it's just constant circles here. Whenever I do circles this much for this long, I always need to take a break. As kind of sore as my fingers are starting to feel, at the same point I'm also very used to it, especially in terms of, you know, drawing and writing, because there are definitely times where I will draw or write for extended periods of time. I've definitely written for 3-4 hours at a time, and when I say write, I mean handwrite. Like, that's how I do my That's part of the process for my fiction novels, is I will handwrite the first draft. And there's a logical reason for it. But yeah, so I'm definitely used to extended periods of time where I'm using my hands this excessively. And technically I do the same thing at work with computers, but that doesn't feel quite as intensive. Or maybe my fingers are just very used to that. I'm not sure. Could be both. Or it could be one of them. Could be neither. Who knows? I'm employing a little bit of sort of like a grid technique, which is something that I'm actually, funny enough, kind of more identified and I'm familiar with in forensics, since that is my major. In terms of how crime scenes are investigated, there are a few different ways that you can do it. And actually, technically, this isn't really a grid. It's more of a, I mean, in a way it kind of is, but it's just more of like a, is it parallel or line search? It's one of the two. So I just wanted to even out some of that, just a little bit. It might be okay for me to make the circles a slight bit bigger than what I was doing previously. Can't make them too big though. And make sure that they don't stand out too much necessarily. Oof. Yep, my hand needs a little bit of a break again. Anything else? Any more donations? Not quite, but that, you know, that is okay. That is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I'm pretty sure in this case, Godzilla's claws would be practically black. Or at least a darker version of what his normal, like, skin tone is. Scale tone, I guess you could say. It's not really a term, but that's the best substitute I could think of, given his body. Given his body and physical appearance. Physical composition, I guess you could say. I need to darken this just a little bit. So the saturation, I guess you could say, is a slight bit off from the rest of it. Luckily, I can do bigger circles, because they're not quite as noticeable, because it's literally just full of, like, smaller circles at the moment. Time to sharpen my acrylic pencil. Hue? I don't think hue is quite the right word. I think it's more saturation, because when I'm pressing down this lightly, it's not super saturated. But if I do press down all the way, it starts to look like this. There's definitely a difference. So yeah, I wouldn't really call it a hue difference because it's technically the same color. It's just a matter of how hard I press down on it. I wonder, did Potato have to bounce or is he still here? I'm actually not sure. I'm just pressing really lightly right here. Just for now. There, that's better. fact that this is the link. And I kind of realized I still have these spikes down here, but those might be a slight bit different since those are smaller and not quite on the back. So I'm not going to worry about those at the moment. Forgot about this arm. Oh, my hand, once again. Goodness gracious. I'm curious about something. That's what I wanted. Right. And I can hear my sister's cat meowing again. I'm actually not sure if my dog is annoying him because I haven't heard any movement out there whatsoever. And it's pretty easy to hear down the hall what could be going on. And I don't think it's my dog. His meows don't sound quite right. Alright. Wait, I just realized there is a slight error. Hold up. That needs to be adjusted immediately before I forget. Let's see, where's my... Here it is. Got it. There we go. Hold up. More. All fixed. Slight adjustment, but it's all good. All taken care of. You've returned. I was wondering where you went off to, Pop. What? Potato. Good God. How did I almost say popcorn? I don't understand that. Yeah, oh no, I ruined that. Dang it. Okay, hold up. I need to sharpen this pencil again. Yeah, I was wondering where you went off to. I'm like, is Potato still here? Or did he have to bounce? But no, glad you were able to see more of what's going on. I'm not done with these spikes yet, but I'm done for tonight on those. So now I at least wanted to move to the main body. Because I am a little bit more confident with what I can do with the body as opposed to the spikes. But yes, I'm glad that you approve of it thus far. I mean, you know, legitimately, I have you to bounce at amongst those. I kind of had a feeling, you know, sometimes shite happens, but no, it does actually, it's it's extremely helpful that, you know, you've been helping me with this and then, you know, sort of approving it along the way. Because yeah. Because, you know, that is important to me, because, you know, this is something a little bit new to me. I want to make sure that I'm doing it right while still adhering to my own personal style and giving it my own personal flair. All that is very important to me. Just need to get this. I don't know how many layers Godzilla's body will have, but it's definitely gonna have a lot. Possibly not as many layers as the spikes, since, you know, the spikes have a little bit more of a specific effect to them, whereas it's a little bit less the case with Godzilla. I just want to make sure that I'm getting all the colors and the shading correct. Technically, there's no right way since Godzilla frequently has design changes between America and Japan, but there's... Right. No, I get that. I get that for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of different styles and variations of what of his design. But I still want to, you know, adhere to the general idea of it while giving it my own personal touch. Since, you know, that's kind of just who I am. When there's a bad design, it's got to be really bad. Remember when you showed the iguana? Yeah, the one like on all fours that was practically crawling on the ground. I don't understand how somebody designed that and called it Godzilla. Even I was like, no, that doesn't look like... what? That was very cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's, again, for kind of my first attempt on something like this, I think it does look pretty dang slick so far. Again, there's still a lot more to do with the color. I'm not gonna get too crazy with the background. I mean, at most, I'm probably gonna do some kind of, like, you know, nighttime sky gradient, and then, you know, pretty simple colors and stuff with the buildings and the beach. So I'm not going to get too crazy with the landscape, because that's not the focus. But I am still going to do a little something. It's called Americans Be American and Trying to Be Unique. Ugh, I hate it when that happens. I mean, you know, you can absolutely be unique if you want to, but just make sure you're doing it in the right way for the right reasons. Hi, Cinder. I wasn't expecting to see you here. What? What? Oh, come here. I don't know if you can hear him at all. Yeah? 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 Yeah, what's up, buddy? Yeah? Yeah? Are you very cute? Sorry, I'm probably jostling around my desk a little bit. Yeah? You're cute. You're a turd, but You're cute. You're fine, bud. Yeah. Or do you wanna jump off? Oh yeah, no, yeah, a little bit of a screaming cat. Don't mind Cinder. He's just being ridiculous. That's all. Nothing more. Show us? Well, I really can't for a couple of reasons. First off, it would be actually kind of difficult to show an animal while I'm on stream, but technically speaking, there's an individual donor reward, which entails, you know, spending a minute or two with one of my animals, and, like, you know, bringing them on stream and just kind of pausing whatever I'm doing and just, like, you know, petting them and loving them for a few minutes and, you know, showing everybody. Yeah, no, it's yeah, the camera setup is definitely a big part of it for sure. Again, this right here is my only camera, and the way that it's set up, it's kind of sort of a pain in the ass to, you know, adjust, yeah. Yeah, I know, darny darn. That. Okay, why is my foot like super itchy right now? Not all of it, just one side of it. Come here, you silly tail. Why is he meowing now? It could be that my sister's home, and she actually came home at a reasonable time. I don't know for sure. I'll know in like 15 seconds. I don't think it was my sister. I think he was just meowing to meow. Down just a smidge. That's a little better. Any... I guess not what to do. Any new donations? No. Not quite. Not yet. You're assuming that's Godzilla? If so, very good job. Yes! It is Godzilla! This is my cat screams for no particular reason. Yeah. No, this is my first attempt ever at drawing Godzilla. I am happy that it seems to be turning out relatively well so far. It's gonna take me a while to color for sure. I mean, this is This is a pretty big sketchbook paper, and it's pretty intensive with some of the details. So, and that's what's gonna be nice about finally drawing and coloring Cult of the Lamb, because it's a lot simpler in terms of color and shading. I mean, this is definitely an interesting first like challenge piece though in terms of fan art. Because I've definitely done detail intensive pieces like this. This is not the first time I've done a piece kind of like this or this size canvas on oh, my sister is home. And there they all go. Oh my god. Every one of them. Brandon is just happy that his mom is home. Yeah, looks pretty darn good. Definitely looks good. Anyways, hello Michael Moffat. How are you doing? Okay. No. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. What I am gonna do is this. Start adding some of this onto here. Be pressing down a little bit harder.
To all who may have heard the cries of a dog, he's fine. He was excited that I am home.
I think I said the exact same thing.
Did you really?
I did tell them, yeah. I don't know if they heard or not. Hey, look at my Godzilla so far.
Look at his tongue.
I know. Shake it out.
Yeah. Nice!
Yeah. The spikes are not done yet, but that's all I'm wanting to do at the moment.
Alright, people, are you donating?
I did have one donation.
Sweet!
So I am at $4.50 now.
Let's keep her going!
Keep her going! Oh, barely awake.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Hold on.
No. No, because remember, there's a reward for doggone kissing.
I know, it just seems so funny.
I know.
Just a...
Yeah, his tongue will just randomly kind of stick out just a little bit, because he can't really keep it in because he doesn't have a lot of teeth.
What is that, $10?
What? Yes. Oh, Potato says hello.
Hi, Potato!
Pets have been bothering each other all stream.
Of course they have.
Well, I think part of it is that they've been bothering each other, or they've been just making noises for no apparent reason, aka Cinder.
Have you fed them? Just making sure.
Have I fed them? They were being so annoying, I fed them at like 7:15.
Somebody donate $10 and ask to see Brandon, because you guys have got to see this little man. He's sticking his tongue out like nobody's business.
There are only 4 people right now, so I don't know how.
Somebody do it.
Okay, God, holy shit.
Well, Brandon's gonna have another medication, but I forgot.
Oh, what medication?
GABA.
Ah. Well, you're just being weird, because you can.
Today didn't feel real.
Oh, really?
I've had a lot.
And yet, you still have this energy.
I'm cracked. Fanart!
She goes, I'm cracked. Dog has been whining, cat has been screaming like crazy. Otter is the auntie, the pets are loud, and the art is cool. Hell yeah.
Which one was whining, Brandon?
A little bit of Esmer, mostly Brandon though.
Both.
Technically, yes. Potato says, Saren, I would donate, but you see, I don't have this thing called money.
Me neither. That's fair.
I mean, honestly, at the moment, I don't either, so I'm with you there.
You might have a little more to your name than I do. Oh god.
Look.
You have twice as much as I do.
Are you sure?
Oh, is it just...
No. That's my credit.
Ooh, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fucked.
You wanna try challenging me again?
No, I was gonna say, I'm not gonna challenge you because tomorrow, guess who gets to go buy groceries with her remaining money?
I mean, I could send you a little bit of money to help.
Don't even bother. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Sorry, that wasn't meant to be that mean. Don't even bother.
This is how we talk to each other.
Yeah, but I talked to Carson that way and she told me I had attitude.
I mean, you do, but that's just you.
Well, and
it's not attitude, it's sass.
I can also sometimes talk a little more firmly than I intend to.
Yeah.
But it's not me being mean, guys. It's just how I am.
It's just how she be. Oh, you gotta go, Josh? No worries. Oh my gosh, is she really? Is she quitting or is she getting fired? Okay. Well, you know what? Not sad about that. I imagine a lot of people are kind of happy with her quitting. Oh, it's gotten that bad, huh? Did anybody have a come to Jesus meeting with her lately?
I don't know. Great question.
May have to ask that at some point, because I'm curious. You donated as well, but you spent what little you had left yesterday on the Justice League animated series.
Priorities.
Oh, to be fair, he's been collecting a lot of DC. He's been collecting a lot of the DC stuff since the passing of Kevin Conroy.
Kiss. No, sit.
Yeah, I think I heard about his passing. I didn't really.
Who?
Kevin Conroy. He was an actor. I think he was one of the Batman.
Sit.
I mean, he's done other stuff too. I am mildly familiar with his name, but yeah, I think that was his big one.
Yes.
She's not listening, is she?
No, she's sniffing my boobs. I barely even wore this sweatshirt today. Oh, Brandon.
You know my mic is still on,
no,
right?
I'm aware. I don't care what anybody thinks. I work with animals all my life. I deal with a lot of weird shit, literally and figuratively.
She really does, yes.
A lot of weird shit, you guys. Today I had a cat that we did not even try to touch her. We sent her home and told the owner to give her some drugs. She was angry.
Oh, she was an angry elf?
She never came out of her carrier and she was hissing, spitting, and screaming at us.
Ooh, that's a bad-tempered cat.
Can you guess what breed it was?
I'm not as familiar with the cat breeds. But I guarantee you that once you tell me, I'll be like, oh yeah.
I know there's not many of you guys here, but anyone who is familiar with cats, tell me what kind, like what breed, or I guess what, it's more, it's less of a breed, but people consider it as such. Tell me what you think.
Ascension Arc.
Tell me what you think that cat was that was screaming and angry. I'll see if anybody knows. Again, I know there's not many of you, but I'll still see if anybody knows.
Keep in mind, too, that there's a long delay on this. He was known by most as the definitive voice of Batman. He connected on a personal level with character, and it resonates with his... That's what I had heard as well. Something along those lines. I know DC stuff, but I don't really watch or follow it, but I did know bits and pieces, I guess you could say. Oh my gosh, Brandon, you do not need to be whining this much. Your mom is home, dude. Anybody know the most bad-tempered breed not entirely cat out there. I feel like, I swear to goodness, once she tells me, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, that. Sharon, Potato says calico or a Siamese?
Ding, ding, ding. Twas a calico.
Twas a calico, she says. Nicely done. Yeah, I should have known.
Typically see Siamese very spicy.
Siamese are not spicy. Apparently. They're opinionated. Oh, calicos and tortoiseshells are the real spicy ones, she says. Oh my, did he really? Well, I definitely let him out twice, and one was, and a previous instance was not even 2 hours ago. I know. And he gave no indication that he had to go to the bathroom. He wasn't whining or anything at all. At least not around the time he probably would have done it. Oh, Potato has 3 cats, so he knows cats. Is one of them a calico? Yeah, I did see the quote you put of Saren. Saren saw it too. Thought it was funny.
I know, but do you know cats as well as I know cats?
Huh? I don't know, Potato, do you know cats as well as a vet tech knows cats?
A vet tech and cat owner?
Of many years. Your black cat doesn't shut up and continuously screams until he gets what he wants. He's even torn up air conditioning window units to— oh my god.
You know, I actually had a cat today that does that because he wants so desperately to be outside. He has pushed an AC unit over. Like, one of the in-window units. He's pushed a unit over to get outside and ended up tearing off a nail because of it.
Oh my gosh.
They're crazy.
Clearly.
And you know what? That was also a black cat.
Huh. Potato has all tabbies.
What does he have the best kind of cat?
I'm not sure about the answer to that. I don't even know if he'd know the answer to that.
Ask him if he has the best kind. That's okay. Sorry, I'm dumb. Potato, do you have the best kind of tabby? And if you know what the best kind of tabby is, then you know. When you know, you know.
I don't know.
That's because you're not a cat.
I'm not a cat owner. I'm a cat liver with her. I've never heard it described like that, but you know what? I gotta remember that. Otter will remember that. I mean, that's kind of funny shit right there. He doesn't have any orange cats, so no Garfield. He doesn't have any orange cats, so no Garfield. Oh. Are you only saying that because of Mika? Uh-huh. Mm. Oh, orange tabbies are apparently... Orange tabbies are very well known for being nice. But females?
The female orange tabbies can be kind of spicy.
Mika fits that to a T.
Oh, yes.
Especially given her CH.
The wobbles.
An orange cat you used to own broke your window a couple of years ago. Keep in mind he barely reached adolescence at the time. Took you a bit to process what he did, too. Jeez. Ouch.
Okay, well, adults are different than adolescents.
Yes.
The adults are usually much better. Adolescents, very questionable. Cinder was a very questionable kid. He did a lot of questions.
And he's a black cat. Yeah, Cinder is all black. Uh-oh. Asmer's being a dingus. Again. Still no new donations. I got tagged somewhere. Oh, I got tagged for that. Got it. Got it good. Okay. You used to have neighbors that had a cat that would wander and you became best friends with the damn cat and your own cats would get jealous? Nice. Be sure the animals all get just a smidge jealous whenever Saren comes home. Well, comes home from the vet clinic at least. She's got so many smells on her. Some of them just of other animals and some other bodily fluids. Such is the life of a vet tech. Hi.
Ayo.
Ayo. Oh yeah. Tomorrow's another night shift for you, right?
I don't work the next 4 days. Tomorrow's Thursday.
My initial intuition was right.
What was your initial intuition that I didn't work the next 4 days?
Yes. Because I remember you mentioning 4 days of sleeping in.
This week?
But then, like, for some reason, I'm like, but that would mean she would only work 3 days this week.
It's really weird, but honestly, as much as I need the money, I also need the breaks so that I don't overwork myself like I constantly do.
Fair.
I put a lot into my job. Don't always get the same back.
Don't always get a nice return.
Yeah, so I have to give myself that.
Fair enough, I'll give you that.
And to you people listening who are probably older than both of us,
You'd be surprised.
whatever. Live by that. Don't let your jobs take everything from you.
Whoop.
Take some days off here and there. Give yourself some time to recover. It's gonna mean a lot in the long run.
Amen to that. Oh, did you let Mom know about that one Saturday?
No, so
Oh, okay. Tato, I'm still in high school, so I'm definitely not older than y'all.
Tato, I forget that you're in high school still.
A lot of the individuals in my server are in high school. Individuals like Benny, Popcorn, and Mass Kitty, exceptions to that assumption. Any more donations? Let me see. I'm just always checking as often as I can. No. Though to be fair, I feel like I've had overall more viewers than I did last night. So that's kind of a plus. Last night was definitely a little bit slow. Even... What? You were that too, right? Oh dear. Saren about to pull out a can of whoopings. You ain't even a senior? Yeah, that's right. I think I remember you mentioning something about that. You turn 18 next year. Nice. I turn 27 next year. I still have like half a year to go, though. Not that 27 is a big deal, honestly. I don't really celebrate my birthday much anymore. That's kind of what... I feel like that's kind of what happens when you become an adult. Like, after a certain point, you just don't care quite as much. Now this is where I can start to worry about the little circles a little bit less. Still want to make sure that everything still lines up properly, though. Esmer, well, you're being rude.
Yeah, she had Mika pinned.
Oh.
Not like pinned down, obviously.
No. I know what you mean. I get that.
She never has. But yeah,
No.
just like pinned against a wall. Just like
Right.
sitting over her,
Yeah.
staring down at her.
Yeah. No, I get you. You turned 23 this year, but you feel twice as old thanks to back problems. Sarah knows that feeling to an extent.
Oh, I understand that feeling way too well, except I have knee problems.
Oh yeah, they're pretty bad. They're really bad.
Patellofemoral... Wait.
Try again.
Patellofemoral... I think it's just known as patellofemoral syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah, she actually has a syndrome.
I have two.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No,
Does the TMJ
that's a
count?
syndrome. This is a disorder.
Oh, gotcha. The TMJ is a disorder. Gotcha.
I have too many joint problems, guys. I'm only 24.
Yeah. Where the hell do you get it from?
I don't know. I would love to know.
I mean, honestly, it could make sense from either side of the family. Very different histories on both sides, but still.
I just have a lot of health problems. At least I know
Yeah.
where a few of them came from.
You're 17, you already have back problems, Potato? Yeesh. I definitely have some health issues of my own, but not quite as many, and they're not quite as severe. Still definitely have issues, but yeah, not as bad as Saren and other people I know have it. And I mean that either mentally or physically too.
I haven't done it.
Yes.
That's probably from grandmama.
Yeah.
Ah, stop. Now you're sniffing my boob. What is your guys' problems?
But that's actually the anxiety part has gotten a lot better.
Well, yeah, because I'm medicated. If I wasn't, it would still be awful.
True. What the hell sounds were those?
Stepped on my neck. What do you want from me?
All I hear is
Brandon stepped on my neck. Twice.
I know, it's just funny. I wasn't expecting those noises.
I would say I was kind of in like a depressy episode earlier.
Oh no.
I was not doing well.
Oh no.
All stemmed around the fact that I have no money and I fucking hate Kaiser.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't get health insurance independently. It's too expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to Susan. She was talking to NBA and desperately trying to at least switch to a different plan that NVA offers.
Yeah.
I might still be able to do that. It sounds like. What?
Potato goes, and now you're sniffing my boobs? What's going on with you guys? Sarah in 2022.
Honestly, I feel like I just generally have such good and also just stupid quotes, so please, just start writing them down, because they're bullshit.
At the moment, she has no fucks to give.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yep. Yep, there you have it.
That sums it up. I need
Yep.
a drink.
Well, you have the day off tomorrow, so you are free to drink. You think you might have whiskey?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh my goodness. I even mentioned to them earlier about our...
He drinks a lot.
I told them earlier, in terms of alcohol, you're cooler than me because your preferred drink is whiskey.
I wouldn't say that makes me cooler than you.
No, I think it does a little bit, alcohol preference-wise.
Doesn't make me seem like a badass.
You're in your mid-20s, you're a skinny white chick, and your preferred drink is whiskey. What do you think?
I've always wanted to be a badass. I never felt like I was, though.
Start feeling like you're a fucking badass. I mean, I don't feel like a fucking badass necessarily, but I'm okay with that.
You know Taekwondo? That's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, but I'm rusty.
So? You're an artist and a writer. I always wanted to be, but I didn't have the motivation for either. That's pretty fucking awesome.
You have both physical and mental issues due to specific experiences. They aren't fun, but gotta push through it all. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sounds about right for a lot of people, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's gone through their own experiences.
Oh, yeah. Saren, I've got at least 3 pages of just quotes, so I've been writing them down.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
I believe it.
That's so many! Oh my gosh, now I'm curious.
Based on Popcorn and how many memes he's created with me or us, I'm not surprised by Potato. I mean, especially, again, Potato and Popcorn both. Yeah, I know. Potato and Popcorn both have been such long-time viewers and fans and have been super active with the community. Probably the longest of any of them.
Oh yeah.
Surprisingly, alcohol doesn't really do much to you. Sometimes that's how it be.
You know, it ended up being a mistake in the long run because my coworkers are crazy, but we did a bar crawl with my coworkers.
Halloween.
Yeah, we did a Halloween bar crawl. It was literally the Saturday before Halloween.
Oh yeah.
And I did not partake in, or I mean, I did partake in having drinks. I did not have any water. And within a 3-hour period, I had... Yeah, not even. I had 2 shots, 2 Jell-O shots. Or actually, I think I had... Nope, I had 3 shots. I had 3 shots. 2 Jell-O shots separately. And 3 strong mixed drinks. And
I think I had.
Yeah.
I think I had 1 shot.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even a Jell-O shot either.
Yeah, no.
I think I tried a teeny bit of yours, but no. No, I had 1 shot and then I had 2 mixed drinks.
Yeah. But after that, I felt nothing. Like I was fine.
Yeah.
I was absolutely fine.
Oh yeah.
Got the slightest bit of fuzziness, but I was fine. I think it was partly because we were moving around.
Yeah, I think the fuzziness maybe hit me for like 10-15 minutes.
Oh, it didn't hit me for long.
Yeah, well, it was barely fuzziness for me too. Yeah. Y'all are like artisan. He was gonna say veterinarian, but you can just say like vet tech. That's she's not a veterinarian.
I am
she's
not a veterinarian, nor do I wish to be. That's a lot of work, that's a lot of school, and I'm terrible at school.
But no, he's like, y'all are like artisan veteran. I'm not gonna bother with the name pet doctor, and then I'm just some twat with fluctuating free time. So at least y'all are people to look up to.
Well, yes, I'm not a pet doctor. I am more of the pet handler. I'm like the nurse before the doctor.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah,
that's how I always describe it.
She's basically the equivalent to a nurse in her field.
I do all the hard work.
And she knows all the shit. And vets and vet techs do not nearly get paid enough for their education and knowledge.
No, we don't get enough recognition. I don't make much more than minimum wage right now.
Bet you didn't know that there is even a Vet Tech Appreciation Week. That's a thing that exists in this country.
In October.
Yes. Which week in October?
It's usually the 2nd or 3rd.
Okay, yeah, 2nd or 3rd. 2nd or 3rd week in October.
Mid October. Give or take.
But yes, there is such a thing.
But yes, compared to nurses, I do way more.
Mm-hmm.
So
you tell them.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna rant here a little bit because this is literally my livelihood.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Nurses, they get trained for the basics. If they want to do anesthesia or radiology, or if they want to be like a pharmacy nurse, those are specialties. Veterinary technicians, and me personally, I do handling, like sample collection, blood draws, collecting urine, lab work, basically a pharmacy tech, radiology, anesthesia, plus some, and I make way less than a nurse does annually. And I do all that.
Yep.
Nurses could never.
Nurses wish they could be as cool as vet techs.
You think you're cooler than me.
Oh my god. Oh my god, why?
I don't know.
Just
Mike Posner. Don't ask me why I know his name. Don't ask me. That's literally like a one-hit wonder.
how do you know that? She's gonna fight me. Getting a bit late, Michael. Heading off. Yep, you have a good night too. Sorry.
Have a good night. Sorry for the ranting.
Tis good. Tis fine. Tis fine. Tis fine. Wow. Heard that
grabbed
grunt.
his tongue.
Oh. Yeah, that makes more sense.
I have two animals that have barely any teeth.
Yup.
Brandon's tongue sticks out, but Mika's doesn't, because she's a cat, and their tongues don't typically stick out when they lose all their teeth.
Yeah, no.
But dogs?
Oh, dogs are another story. Hearing Saren rant is podcast potential.
Actually, though, I rant a lot.
She does.
And that's just part of my personality. Honestly, I probably could be part of a podcast. I would not doubt that for a second. I have a lot of feelings.
I have been trying to get something of a podcast off the ground.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, your tongue is sticking out more. Otter.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. I see him. Michael, stayed for the rant. No need to apologize.
Props to you, Michael.
Yep, props. Indeed.
Mad props.
Mad respect.
Respect.
Took me a hot second. Respect.
Papa, god damn, Brandon. Sorry, he just ran his nose across my back
No.
in a very specific spot.
Specific.
Yeah. Very specific spot. You got me?
I feel you.
Oh my gosh, now he's cuddling against Kala.
Oh, that's cute.
That's really...
Respect. Otterpop and Saren, 2022.
Respect! It just keeps going. It never ends.
Never ever. Never ever, I said never ever.
Esmer. 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 She's right here. I'm just fucking with her.
Oh.
No, I was doing the thing where, like, call your dog and pretend it isn't there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Esmer, come here. Come here, sweetheart. Hi, come here.
You really got me there. I had
Yeah, I know I
no
did.
idea that she was there.
Oh yeah, she's been laying there pretty much the entire time. But I've been here. Kiss.
He ran his nose across my back and it hit a very specific spot. Saren, 2022. It's context not given.
You don't need context.
You don't need no stupid context.
Huh? Oh, it's a secret. Witchy whispers.
Yeah.
Better lock it in your pocket, taking this one to the grave. Show you no care what I say, 'cause two can't keep a secret. One step.
I have not heard that in a long ass time. Holy shit. Oh god damn it.
Kind of
It's my fingers too.
It
Fuck.
just kind of popped into my head, honestly. I know a fair number of the words, considering I've never actually seen. Pretty sure it's from Hocus Pocus. I think.
Is it?
I don't know.
I mean, I have not seen
Just
all.
always saying it.
I do remember that. Looking back, Jess was kind of interesting, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like she was definitely a little bit more aware, though, of the fact that there was always, like, tension and strife among everybody. Certainly more aware than all of the rest of those dinguses. Swear to goodness. You feel like Serena's the type of person to get super drunk and somehow become a drunk genius? I could see that.
I have never really gotten super drunk.
Yeah, no. I mean, you've only ever had a hangover, like, once, and you didn't even get drunk the night before.
I don't like being drunk. I'm a casual drinker.
Yeah, she does not drink.
Which is really funny to say, considering I'm a 24-year-old and most people my age drink while partying. I'm a very casual drinker. I like getting to the point where I'm kind of fuzzy and just like
Feeling good.
really relaxed and just kind of feeling good, but I do not like being drunk.
No. Even I don't like doing that. I'm very much the same way. I mean, even I
totally
drink.
Lied to you.
What?
It's apparently the theme song for Pretty Little Liars.
What the hell? Yeah, I was about to say Hocus Pocus. I know I've
thought
always,
for some reason,
because it didn't like based on the events of that movie. I'm like, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I thought, or maybe she meant like. I could have sworn that there was some relation, or I wonder if she saw it like with Hocus Pocus video or something, like an AMV type thing. I don't know.
That's entirely possible.
I hate that I knew like that whole thing.
Yeah. Same.
What, you hate that I knew that whole thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was that wheeze? Oh my god. What the fuck is that?
Hold on, can I just show this real quick?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, guys. The reason I was laughing and wheezing is because of this. Oh god. Oh no. It doesn't show up very well, but I just saw it and I did not know how to feel about it.
Yeah. Any more donations? Any more? Nope. Is alright. It is alright. Potato goes Kermit.
Honestly, one of them did kind of look like Kermit.
A little bit, yeah. Hello, I am Kermit the Frog.
Kermit the Frog here.
No, that was pretty good.
I don't know how. Why I've never really done a Kermit voice before.
I never have either. I need to practice. Kermit the Frog here. No, I need a little more practice before I could like master that. Does it look like Kermit the Frog is a sock puppet?
Yes, it did.
Honestly,
yes, it was
yeah.
definitely like sock puppet-esque to me. I can agree wholly with that.
Hey Siri, where can I find the hottest bitches? You know.
When you know, you know.
Exactly.
Winter perfect sunshine.
And we both know what we know.
And we both know what we know.
The Reynolds pamphlet. You read this?
Yes. I don't know. My brain is... I am cracked out to the max. Again,
Go make yourself a drink then.
like I said, today didn't even feel real. Like I was when I was driving home, I was thinking about things that had like happened what I thought was yesterday, and then I was like, no, that was only 5 hours ago. Like that was my day today.
Now sing Rainbow Connection in Kermit voice.
Oh god.
I don't know that song, so I can't. Like, I know the song, but I don't know the fucking words or tune.
Connection. I don't know the words very well either.
You know more than I do.
I know those 2 words and that tune, and that's it.
But I didn't know that. Oh, the mic had to have picked that up.
He was too close for him too.
Oh yeah. Oh,
You're
you're gonna get fought.
Asma. Did we both just say that?
Yes.
Uh,
I blame you.
No, we're not about.
No, Cinder.
No, see him do it.
Oh my gosh, is he gonna do it? Oh my.
Asma, come here. Come here. Come here. Let him do his thing.
Oh my god. He's bunching up. Oh, he's bunching
Asma.
up.
Sit.
I was about to say. Oh, he hold up.
Still think about it.
He is.
Sorry, my cat. My cat. They're both my cats. Cinder's got some legs on him.
Oh yeah.
He can jump. He's jumped from the floor to the top of a fridge.
Maybe.
And right now, he's trying to jump from Otter's bed onto the shelf in her closet.
Like the top shelf, like one that's taller than, well.
Yeah, it's taller than us.
Okay, yeah. I couldn't think.
Because I can stand under the one in the office.
Is he still thinking, or?
Sort of. Not really.
Asmer, you're so mean. He was gonna do it. He was gonna show us a trick. Except now he won't.
Still looking up there.
Yeah. He's a thinking. He's a think-thunkin'. He's a stumpy wumper. He's a stumpy wumpy wumpus-woo.
He's a stumpy wumpy wumpus-woo.
Bobs!
Balls. Sounded good.
Hey!
You're gonna get fought.
Seriously, Asmer, why do you keep trying? Asmer, why do you keep trying?
Asmar.
No.
He's not gonna like you faster if you pester him.
Seriously.
I mean, he's letting her get closer and closer, so that is still a step in the right direction.
Right, but... Okay, hold up. Did I get it? I did. Shopping.
Shopping.
Why do we do that so much?
I don't know.
Frickin' Seke. How is he one of the most quotable characters from there?
Oh my god, dude, the tongue. The tongue.
His tongue do be sticking out again? Oh my god. That is quite the tongue action. Are you gonna make yourself a drink?
Yeah, I'm just...
Ew.
Shut your mouth. I
Oh,
won't fucking hear it.
you know I love you. She didn't do it. She still didn't do
What?
it.
Oh god, I missed something.
You didn't do it.
What did I not do? I missed it. I have no idea what you said,
I
literally.
said you know you love me.
Do you love me?
Do you love me? Do you love me? And even when I gently whispered loud enough for you to hear, she didn't do it. You still didn't fucking pay attention. That's supposed to be my problem.
You know what? Fuck you. There were like literal tears today. I'm tired. I'm not joking.
You think you would joke about shit like that? Come on. You should know me better. To know.
I was not having a day. Well, the guy I was talking to about like the insurance stuff, he was very like blunt and to the point in kind of a not so nice way.
Hmm.
Because he was asking me like, you know, knowing that this is what the better insurance costs you, like, you know, are you sure, like, is this something that you can afford? And I was like, right now, no. We talked a little more, and then he was like, well, there's nothing I can do to help you. And I'm like, what? Damn! Sir? Just felt really rude the way he said it. No, not like, oh, and I'm, you know, unfortunately,
Right.
you know, this is what I can do for you. No, it was just, well, I can't do anything more to help you. And I was like, fucking, okay.
Great customer service. I know insurance representatives sometimes get the
insurance broker.
either way, like people in insurance aren't always the best individuals to talk to, and you know, but
I'm
yeah.
sorry, you're sitting really funny. What the... Cinder's doing the thing.
I have quotations ready, especially for Saren. And seeing a trend, it'll probably have something to do with tits of some sort.
Fuck you.
No. You still haven't watched the Moo compilation yet, have you?
You said that you wanted to see me
Oh
watch.
yeah, that's right. And I suppose I have been a little bit busy with Thankmas lately.
I can't believe you forgot that part.
Oh, shut up.
Oh wait, yes I can.
Shut up!
Never.
Fuck you!
Fuck you too.
Fuck you 3 times! Ah.
Oh,
Ah.
I don't know what it is. It was either yesterday or today. I did something. Oh. So we had a patient in yesterday. His name is Hoss.
Gosh.
Kept saying his name like Hans, and all I could think of was Hans. And I said that to Will, and he was like, "Just reminds me of a Minecraft villager." It's like, God damn.
You're just like, huh.
Then we started doing that together.
Next thing you know, the rest of the conversations all day were just, oh.
Yeah.
No donations. Alright. My hand is tired. I'm done. I'm done for the day. It's just can't seem to do it anymore. But I made excellent progress. Managed to get a lot of layers done on the spikes. I managed to get a few layers done on the main body. We're starting to work on some of the glow effects. So yeah, it's that's Godzilla so far. Again, look at the camera can't effectively capture the color, but yep. At least we did have one small donation today, so hallelujah frickin' Luya. And I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Alright, well, probably time for me to head out. So that is exactly what I'm gonna do. Yes, job well done. I may or may not work on this more on or off stream. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. We'll see what happens on. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, that's it. I'm all done for now. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm feeling quite tired. So yeah. Oh, dirt. Okay, well. You plan to donate more? You just cash. All right. Sounds good. So, I will be here tomorrow for my 5th Thankmas stream. I'm halfway done with the Thankmas streams. Holy crap. Anyways, I'm out. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
She does it better than I do. Good stream, fantastic art, quotes. He's 100% using. Good man, Potato. Good man. Alright. I'm out. I'm outie. I'm outie. I'm outie. Later. Later.